can. In today's world, data is not just a resource, it's a powerful tool that can shape the future. This year's theme highlights the crucial importance of ethical considerations and data privacy as we navigate the complex landscape of AI, which is artificial intelligence, and data in the African context. Our speakers and the session we have lined up will delve deep into these critical topics, exploring how data protection and privacy can address the challenge and opportunity in maintaining data sovereignty and ethical AI practices while harnessing the power of technology. We have a stellar lineup of speakers and experts who will share their insights, experiences, and edge research in the realm of data protection and privacy. This is an opportunity to expand our horizons, learn from the best, and forge new connections in data protection and privacy communities. So, as we embark on this exciting journey to the world of data protection and privacy, I encourage you to keep your minds open, your questions ready, your enthusiasm high. Together, we can make this fourth Africa Data Security Conference a memorable and transformative experience. Thank you for being a part of this incredible event. So thank you once again to everyone that has taken time to join. Thank you for your interest. Thank you for getting your questions ready because I know questions are coming up. It's a two-day program. Today kicks off the first session, and then we'll go into tomorrow to complete. I hope everyone is ready, and I would love to introduce our keynote speaker, who is no other than Dr. Vincent Olatunji. Dr. Vincent Olatunji's educational journey is distinguished by its steadfast dedication to knowledge and academic excellence. Dr. Olatunji holds a PhD in Geography and Planning from the University of Lagos, complementing his earlier pursuit of a BSc and MSc in the same field. In 1997, he broadened his expertise by acquiring an advanced certificate in computer studies, thereby venturing into ICT. He has worked in the public sector for about 32 years. He joined the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITA, in 2002, working in various departments and rising to the position of a director in 2014, and acting director general in 2015. He was the director of e-government development and regulations, where he successfully mainstreamed the development and launch of various policies, guidelines, and frameworks, such as the Nigeria Interoperability Framework, Nigeria e-Government Enterprise, Cloud First Policy, Government Digital Service Policy, Nigeria Data Protection Regulation, and Smart Initiatives Framework, amongst others, to enhance Nigeria's digital transformation. He also chaired the implementation committees of some of these initiatives. Dr. Vincent Olatunji has earned many certifications, such as Certified Public-Private Partnership Specialist, IP3 Specialist, and Certified Data Protection Officer, accredited by PCB, amongst others, truly amongst others. He was listed amongst the 100 leading telecom and ICT personalities in Nigeria by the Association of Telecommunication Companies of Nigeria in April 2018. An eminent recognition as one of the top 50 digital economic enablers in Nigeria in 2023. appointed country chief data officer ambassador by the Massachusetts Institute of Information Management. He was awarded the Digital Hall of Fame in the emerging technology space and enlisted as a member of the Fourth Technology Council in 2023. He has also won several awards from public and private sector organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, to give his keynote address. Dr. Olatunji, sir, welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Babatunde Bamigwe. I head legal enforcement and regulations at the Nigeria Data Protection Commission to represent the National Commissioner, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, which you have ably introduced to the guest in person of Dr. Vincent Olatunji. Dr. Vincent Olatunji brings his warm greetings and good tidings to the conclave this year. He would have loved to be here, but he is currently engaged with another assignment, which of course is all towards the advancement of data privacy and protection. We appreciate the organizers, African Data Security Conclave, and we are glad to be part of this. So I present the address of Dr. Vincent Olatunji, but for the purposes of clarity and connection, you will permit me to personally go offline. I mean, go off my video mode so that I will be able to, the connection will be better. Thank you very much. So the theme for this year is, please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can.
Oh, all right, great. So before I proceed, let me clear that out. All right, thank you very much. The theme for this year is ethical AI and data privacy, harmonizing technological progress with data sovereignty. It is a very apt theme at a time when the whole world is talking about the advancement and the intrusive nature of artificial intelligence, AI. And surprisingly, even from the industry itself, we have seen people who are coming forward to say, no, we have to put a stop to this, and that is about coming from the angle of the ethics, because practically the laws we have in place are prescriptive in terms of other technologies, but when it comes to artificial intelligence, it is very dynamic. You can hardly put a definite regulatory instrument on it. But just for the benefit of those that are joining us or maybe learning this or knowing about artificial intelligence for the very first time, it is good to lay a foundation to this. Artificial intelligence is by very nature thrives on processing data in order to perform descriptive, cognitive, or predictive functions. To achieve a functional degree of intelligence, it requires the 5 V's of data, that is, its value, its volume, velocity, variety, and veracity. There is, however, a latent V in all of this, and it is the validity V. The validity V touches on the regulatory aspect, whether it is possible for an individual to process data validly in line with regulations. It is this validity that speaks to the legitimate basis for processing data sets ab initio. According to a report by Brookings Institution titled Protecting Privacy in AI-Driven World. As artificial intelligence evolves, it magnifies the ability to use personal information in ways that can intrude on privacy interests by raising analysis of personal information to new levels of power and speed. And as you recall earlier, we mentioned the 5 V's, that is value, power, speed, velocity. The concept of data privacy, on the other hand, is rooted in fundamental freedoms and civil liberties. It simply means informational autonomy, the right to be left alone, the right to exercise right over one's own information, subject only to the larger freedoms that serve common good. And when we mean larger freedoms, actually, we talk about security of lives and property in general, and every other thing in which even the data subject who is or probably complaining about data sovereignty can benefit from. So it is about the freedom that is bigger and protects every other freedoms. Since the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, 1966, governments at national and subnational levels have been legislating and crafting policies to deepen fundamental freedoms. A good example is Convention 108 of 1981. Now we have the Convention 108 Plus. This is the first comprehensive international instrument on data protection as we know it today. African countries can call in aid the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, that is the Malabo Convention of 2014. In ECOWAS also, we have the Supplementary Act on Personal Data Protection. The formative laws on data protection predate AI. However, the objective of protecting privacy remains the same even in the era of artificial intelligence. How then can we deploy AI when it appears to have seismic effect on the very rock of privacy? The answer to the above question lies in the definition of data privacy. It means informational autonomy. It does not mean informational suppression. It is important to make this clarity in the sense that government is not out there to prevent the use of data altogether. It is just to control lawful use of data, because as you know, maybe we get to that aspect, but it is important to make the difference between informational autonomy as well as informational suppression that, look, data shouldn't go out at all. The implication of this is that data may only be used according to the data privacy principles that safeguards the autonomy of the data subject. What are these principles? Data must be processed lawfully, transparently, and fairly. Purpose limitation, accuracy, data minimization, storage limitation, integrity, security, and confidentiality, as well as accountability of data. Under the accountability of data, as well in Nigeria, under the Nigeria Data Protection Act, we have the standard of care and the duty of care. This is important because in our jurisdiction, we know it is possible to iterate or even argue on all of these principles, and then you are still not be able to put appropriate level of responsibility to it. But when we brought in the idea of duty of care under accountability in the Data Protection Act, Section 24, it becomes imperative for data controllers and data subjects to have a specific understanding that nothing short of industry standard, high industry standard, will be required in terms of duty of care. Data sovereignty. Simply put, data sovereignty is the power of the country to exercise jurisdiction over data sets sourced within its jurisdiction and processed anywhere in the world, including, that is, the jurisdiction itself, like Nigeria. The processing may take place within or outside the borders. There are 3 dimensions to the jurisdiction that can be exercised under data sovereignty. They are prescriptive jurisdiction, executive jurisdiction, as well as adjudicative jurisdiction. Jurisdiction may be exercised to protect the rights and freedoms of citizens and to promote indigenous economy. Now, to explain these 3 concepts, what is important to note is that it is possible for a country, for instance, to make law, to prescribe law in exercise of its prescriptive jurisdiction. Then there is a territorial limit to where the law in itself can apply. For instance, under the Nigeria Data Protection Regulation 2019, there is a prescriptive provision that says the data of all Nigerians, wherever they are, as it were, to paraphrase, is protected, and it appears therefore everybody all over the world will be banned. If a Nigeria is in Canada, for instance, that means the NDPR applies to the Nigerian in Canada. Now, that is prescriptive. In terms of executive jurisdiction, can the authority go to Canada to enforce this law if a data controller in Canada breaches the data rights of a Nigerian in Canada? Okay, is that possible? And again, if that is possible, you will still need judicial review of the decision. So the other aspect of that adjudicatory jurisdiction comes in. Will the Nigerian court be able to exercise jurisdiction over data controllers or processors outside the jurisdiction of Nigeria? So in crafting our law, we took all of this into consideration and sought ways through which we can collaborate with other jurisdictions to ensure that at the minimum, Nigerians anywhere in the world, and indeed all data subjects, all citizens, all natural persons, do have the opportunity to remedy any breach. We believe very sincerely that data privacy is a universal right. Governments across Africa are coming up with policies and initiatives on AI. High-level consultations are ongoing on a continent-wide framework. Just in March 2023, the African Union High-Level Panel on Emerging Technologies, APED, and the African Union Development Agency, that is NEPAD, met in Rwanda for the purposes of AI framework for Africa. This will take into consideration national frameworks, continent initiatives. They published a report titled AI for Africa, Artificial Intelligence for Africa's Socioeconomic Development, according to the report. Legal and regulatory issues revolve largely around privacy, security, and human rights concerns linked to data used by AI applications, as well as the way in which AI-enabled services and applications work. Some of the legal and regulatory issues that AI will need to address. Infringement on human rights due to biases that may exist in AI-enabled applications. As you know, under the NDP Act, we have the rights of data subject, and one of the rights is the right not to be subject solely to decisions based on automated means. And basically, this talks about the artificial intelligence. So a biases may arise through that process, and therefore, the data subject has a right against this. In crafting AI policy, it is good to keep this in mind. Privacy concerns with open data, such as that embodied in the open data, open government movement, interoperability and portability of data, such that applications can work seamlessly in different countries, environments, security of AI-enabled systems. The liability of AI-enabled system when things go wrong, dealing with so-called evil AI, which is designed with malicious intent. The national initiatives. Mauritius was the first to introduce a policy on AI in 2018, followed by Egypt in 2021. Nigeria has crafted an AI policy which is geared at enabling the use of AI to deliver socioeconomic development of the country. In line with the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, it promotes indigenous content development. The current strategic plan for Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy prioritizes AI as a tool for shared prosperity. According to Diplo, it's a popular platform. Ethiopia, Ghana, Morocco, Rwanda, South Africa, Tunisia, and Uganda are also taking steps towards defining AI policies. Ghana and Uganda have been part of the ethical policy framework for artificial intelligence in the Global South, a pilot project conducted in 2019 by UN Global Pulse and the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and dedicated to supporting the development of local policy framework for AI. Ghana continues to work with the UN Global Pulse to conduct a mapping of its AI ecosystem and to complete a blueprint for its national strategy. In Egypt, the AI vision is twofold, using AI to achieve SDGs, which is the Sustainable Development Goals, and making Egypt a key player in facilitating regional cooperation on AI. Pioneering approach by Mauritius is highly remarkable. It offers 5-step strategy which reflects the dominant issue of AI policy and practices. 1, make AI a part of goals-based citizen-centric program, get citizens input, build upon existing resources, be data prepared and tread carefully with privacy, mitigate ethical risk, and avoid AI decision-making, augment employees, do not replace them. And I think this is also very important point to stress in the fact that AI intelligence ethically, if it is to be developed, it is not to be developed as to now make humans unnecessary in the value chain for goods and services. Ultimately, that's will destroy the fabric of production or economic well-being as we know it today. The AI space is not insulated from the obligations imposed by data privacy law. The best approach, therefore, is to follow the existing models of compliance as required by each jurisdiction while seeking sectorial guidelines where necessary. Data privacy risk assessment, Data controllers and data processors in the AI space must carry out DPIA at the outset. This will reveal the risk. It will also help when we are considering mitigation strategies or remediations. Africa may not be there yet in terms of AI, but she is not going to reinvent the wheel to carry itself forward. She can leverage interoperability. Jurisdictions such as the EU have developed strong instruments on AI, which will be beneficial to data controllers and data subjects in Africa. A good example is the AI Act of the EU. 5 risk-based categorization of AI technology can be gleaned from the Act. The iteration of risks by the EU lends itself to general examination. They are unacceptable risks. These are direct threats to people, e.g. those that foster manipulation of data subject, high risk, those that are affecting human rights. They are divided into two, those under safety regulations, toys, aviations, cars, and lifts. 8 specific areas involving services and processes: biometric identification and categorization of natural persons, management and operation of critical infrastructure, education and vocational training, employment, work and management, and access to self-employment. Access to and enjoyment of essential private services and public services and benefits, leveraging global interoperability, still going forward, law enforcement, migration, asylum, border control management, assistance in legal interpretation and application of the law, generative AI such as the ChatGPT, disclosing that the content was generated by AI. That is critical, of course, to ethics in artificial intelligence. Designing the model to prevent it from generating illegal content, publishing summaries of copyrighted data used for training, limited risk. This requires minimal transparency requirements. Conclusion: without doubt, AI needs more regulation in Africa if we are to ensure trusted use of data for socioeconomic growth. Africa cannot just be another data mining destination for big data. And I must also add that the fourth industrial revolution is the revolution in which Africa has an opportunity. And of course, Nigeria has an opportunity to be part of the revolutions that has been going on since the 19th century, thereabouts. So it's important for us at this stage to be part of this, given our share size, a population of over 220 million, is not a joke in terms of data. What is sustainable is an AI culture that prioritizes the global consensus around trust, value, and equity in data processing. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
Bamboye. Thank you so much for this keynote address. Speaks very well of why we're here today and gives a brilliant introduction into our theme for this year's conclave. Thank you once again, Mr. Bamboye. Without further ado, after this wonderful keynote address, we'll dive straight into our sessions. And we have the first panel session today with the topic Capacity Building and Technology Transfer. We have our moderator for this session, which is Victoria Oloni, an associate of Templars, Nigeria. Victoria Oloni is an innovative lawyer with experience in providing legal and general advisory on data protection, cybersecurity, the digital economy, and general intersections of technology and law. She contributes to the data protection space and the tech ecosystem in general by providing legal and general advisory services and thought leadership through her publications and speaking engagements on topical issues within the ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, my wonderful participants and hosts, please welcome Victoria Oluni to oversee our first panel for today. Welcome, Victoria.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm trying to get my camera going. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, my voice is a bit low. I'm dealing with a lot of exhaustion on this end, but I'm very excited to be here, and I'm happy that we're having the fourth edition. It has become like a yearly culture to have this event, and it's very important in Africa that we keep conversations like this going. Thank you, Mr. Babatunde Bamgwe, for your keynote session. I was able to pick up on a number of things that will flow and play an important role in the conversation we're about to have now, but I will not be here Dr. Kemi will be dropping off soon, and I wouldn't have her here for the whole of the session, and I have some questions I want to throw to her. So I would have Dr. Kemi go first and introduce herself. I think I am familiar with the work she does in the data protection space, and I'm very excited to have her on this panel. So Dr. Kemi, then Olumide Babalola, then Joshua, and then Rock. You just have like a minute to introduce yourselves, or a line or two lines. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning. I'm not sure how to work the cameras, so I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so my name is Kemi Omotukura. I'm a lecturer in the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, and my work is on the intersections of law and technologies very broadly. But I've focused in the past few years on data protection and the regulation of artificial intelligence. And now, yeah, much of my work is also going into how to develop an African focused, more specific kind of regulatory framework, for us Africans. So we tend to call it more like a decolonization of technologies, a project. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very brief introduction. Mr. Babalola.
Oh, yes, I am so sorry I came in late. Well, I've been on the call just as I quickly have to go do something. Well, I'm private practitioner, researcher, and now I'm just studying the jurisprudence, the courtroom jurisprudence on privacy and data protection in Nigeria. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
We're very excited to have you and look forward to hearing your perspectives on the topic. Joshua.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Eserokene Joshua Yuso. I'm a cybersecurity and AI security risk specialist. Most of my work is focused around understanding the risks within the cybersecurity and AI space and putting in the necessary controls to mitigate them. Also creating the necessary awareness that needs to be created, to mitigate the risks in this, very, very key areas, especially in the African context where we are, I wouldn't say, we're somewhat behind, so we need to create a lot of awareness to enable people know what's going on and, control and mitigate the risks in these sectors. Thank you very much. Look forward to sharing my perspectives. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Over to you, Rock.
Hello, good morning, team. My name is Rock Adote. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of Haversoft International Limited. Prior to now, most of our works are focused on enterprise security, threat monitoring and research, government information security, as well as security awareness. We hope to be exchanging value on novel concepts through cyber criminals and implement most of their attacks, and as well as resolution paths. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much to all my panelists for their introduction. As you would agree with me, this is a very packed panel session, and we have like a lot of experts in the house who will share very important knowledge with us. So I would like everybody to just pay attention, engage the session. I think we can drop questions in the chat box so we can take them immediately after the session. I think I anticipate the session will last about an hour, 30 minutes. And then I look forward to having a great time. Today, this morning, we'll be discussing capacity building and technology transfer. And this is very important because, as Mr. Babatunde Bangoye has said, Africa didn't have a seat at the table for the first, the second, even the third revolution, and it appears we are again late or almost late to the party. We have just yesterday or Tuesday, the UKI summit commenced, and I don't believe we had representation at that event because it's a G7 event and there's no African country on that panel. And I know I was reading that they had an informal agreement on code of conduct for AI for organizations developing artificial intelligence. So that's a conversation we did not have an opportunity to say anything about. They also had an agreement to invest $38 million over the next couple of years in development of AI labs in various places, including Africa. Here again, we have stakeholders making decisions and planning towards the development of artificial intelligence and AI ethics globally, with Africa not involved actively in the conversation. So it's very important that we begin to address issues like this, and that's why topics like this are very important: capacity building and technology transfer. So on this panel session, the running theme would be AI ethics, data protection, how they intersect. So before we go in to give some kind of foundation to the conversation, I would like our panelists to give a sort of introduction to AI ethics and how it intersects with data protection, just to set the tone for the conversation. And I would like Dr. Kemi and Rock to just, yes, take this question in about 2, 3 to 5 minutes each. Thank you very much. So Dr. Kemi first. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Victoria. I think there are quite a number of ways in which AI itself intersects. So I'm slightly, because I'm not an ethicist, excuse me. So you forgive me if, my treatment of ethics, it's not detailed. As you know, this is an aspect of moral philosophy. So lawyers tend maybe to be slightly wary of ethical frameworks, even though they are a source of, they can be a source of law.
I'm very on board with you on this. Please go ahead.
Yes, yeah. So how I'd like to see that is to ensure first that we don't mischaracterize, data protection issues in AI And in ethics, you know, when we apply ethics sometimes, or when we use the ethical lens, we can, in fact, do that sometimes. And, you know, we have that intersection of kind of moral values and different kind of societal norms all coming into the conversation. Not that they shouldn't, right? But maybe for us lawyers, it makes the waters a bit muddy. But I can give a brief idea, you know, of what I think these intersections are around, you know, how we develop AI ethics and the data protection issues. And I think it's important for us to know, you know, what are those risks that AI actually poses to data protection in the first place, and, you know, which maybe can give rise to this kind of ethical considerations or ethical dimensions. And, you know, I like to look at the kind of excessive data collection that AI enables. So we have maybe this excessive data collection versus data minimization requirements that we are used to broadcasting or promoting in data protection. We know that artificial intelligence needs huge amounts of data. You know, the machine learning algorithms have to learn from this data to become more accurate, more effective. All these different adaptive models, you know, they have to adapt their predictions or their decision making, or if they are conversational or generative AI, they have to use all these different data. So we have this data collected at different points. We have AI enabling data to be collected, you know, on what I would like to call, you know, human-like interfaces. You know, we have chatbots, virtual assistants, you know, all these human-like interfaces that just make you drop your defenses sometimes about the kind of data that you are disclosing or that is being collected. But so there's this need for AI to collect large amounts of data, you know, and why this data is being collected, the law is also not moving as quickly as the technology is moving. So perhaps we need this kind of ethical frameworks, you know, the ethical guidelines to stand in the gap while we decide how we are going to regulate more formally. And I think other risks which we can consider, you know, is one is the changing scope of personal data that AI also enables. So we have, you know, this binary concept of personal data and non-personal data, which is now being narrowed, almost collapsing, because you don't actually know which data can be de-identified or what technology could then eventually be built or developed or designed, which could enable data de-identification. So the idea of personal and non-personal data, you know, is also getting, I can say we are getting a little bit of confusion, because if you look, for example, at health wearables, right, they can collect all kinds of data from the things you eat, how many steps you take, you know, and they can generate or create new data that you don't know. They can give you information that you actually don't know about yourself, that the doctors don't know about you, right? And that becomes health data. Sometimes such data can even be sensitive. So you can get information about your susceptibility to diseases in the future and things like this. And I think most importantly, perhaps why, you know, we might be emphasizing ethical issues and ethical frameworks, also that, you know, there are issues around agency and choice. We like to talk a lot about consent and data protection. And there is the question of whether it's acceptable actually for, you know, to infer data or personal data about a person from information that is known, you know, like the example of the health wearables, whether, you know, this kind of information that somebody is not voluntarily disclosing or they're not even aware possible to generate that kind of data. Should we be doing that, right? That's more an ethical question, you know, than maybe it is a legal question. So should we allow systems to be doing that? Should that be possible for, you know, is that taking a person's agency away when systems can make information, you know, they can create or generate new information about you, which you might not even know exists about yourself or is possible to be inferred about yourself. So I think one example here, which people always refer to, is when you have...
Okay, we need you to like round up.
Yeah. Okay. So you know, I was talking about a good example being the recruitment system, you know, where people, applications can infer different kinds of information about a person. For example, their political leanings. So I think, you know, my idea would be that this kind of ethics approach to governance is useful because sometimes the laws can't keep up with the technology, and we need this bridge, you know, to kind of get the applications to be built responsibly. So thank you, and sorry for overshooting the time.
Thank you. I think we needed to have some kind of background from which we can build the conversation, of which you've done an amazing job with. So I could pick from your conversation that at least one thing that struck me is the fact that currently we are talking about data ethics because the law is not moving as quickly as the technology is moving. But how do we balance the fact that ethics generally as a concept can be very subjective? Like how do we appreciate the concept of ethics on the African scale, given that ethics is subjective based on where you are or what your experiences are? Is it a solid enough foundation for us to rely on while we wait for the law to catch up? But that's something I want us to think about while we're having this conversation. And because of we don't have a lot of time, I would have to move. I know I said Rock was supposed to weigh in, but let me just let him weigh in for about a minute or two, and then I move on to the next question.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. When it comes to artificial intelligence and ethics from our end, it's because we deal with most use cases when we are being employed to attend to problems that are emanated in modern businesses who rely on technology as an enabler for their vital operations. The latest we've seen when it comes to AI and ethics can be applied. I can give you several use cases. For instance, we've seen before even starting with the use cases, we've seen what the ethical concerns AI has actually caused, from politics to information systems used by government institutions. In recent elections, AI played a very significant role. Things we've seen, even oppositions and even existing party members use AI to distort content. There was a video where Dino Melaye was actually telling people to support Obi, vote for Peter Obi. But that was just AI used to clone his voice, and it was viral. If you don't know, you might feel that Dino Melaye is even supporting Peter Obi, someone that's a PDP stalwart. We've seen AI, there was a recent use case in America where the AI software was rejected over 200 applications due to qualified people that were seeking to be employed due to their age. Meanwhile, these people were employed, and it actually cost that business huge significant loss. That was I2Talk Group. Yes, we saw that online too, and it was actually a very big issue because it was all over the global media. We've seen when even ChatGPT hallucinate court cases, you understand, when people are actually using AI to create cases, stories, even email. This is something that is even more predominantly in this part of the world. If you seek for a response, people will use ChatGPT, unknown to most people that even this ChatGPT is not entirely free from bias rather. So the problem from our own end is when it comes to artificial intelligence and ethics is simple. First, the problems cannot be overemphasized. It's even actually going to be more compounded now that once you go online, there are several artificial intelligence tools that are even most of them are free, that enables you from replicating people's voices to replacing the head of another person with another face, replicating people's pictures, even videos. So it's going to get worse when you're looking at ethical standards and the integration of artificial intelligence in modern business operations, even in our private lives. However, the solution still remains with the government, because no matter what we preach for people to be ethical, we've seen even in the military, the application of AI in fabricating bias when it comes to crisis, even in this Israeli-Palestinian war. There were several use cases where you see children being blood coming, but those things never existed, you understand? So regulation is actually very important in this stage, and what government can do first is there are several plethora of options.
I think I'll have to stop you there because we're going to have questions in that respect somewhere along the line on this panel.
Okay. Because wanted to the solutions, but no problem.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to that. Before we proceed, I'll need to seek the indulgence of my panelists to turn on their cameras for a bit. So because it's a virtual event, we don't get
I don't think there's an option for camera here. I don't think we've given the right. Maybe speaking for myself, I can't see one.
It's the same for me. It's just the microphone. There's no camera option.
Okay, I got the prompt from the organizer, so I think they would have to do something about that. So we could. I don't know if I can get any.
We'll enable that shortly. We'll enable this shortly. Thank you so much.
Okay, once we enable it, I'll prompt everyone to turn on their cameras. Thank you. Sorry, I was on mute again. I turned off my video and then muted myself by mistake. So as I said earlier, we've just had a very good background for which we can build the conversation up. So my next question will be now drilling down to the issues that we face generally as a continent, on AI development as a whole, and then also ethics. So as I said in my introduction, it appears that Africa is not really contributing to the conversation on artificial intelligence as a whole, like on the global scale. So I'm not saying we're not having local conversations here, but given the background that a lot of tech we rely on is imported technology, so the AI we are working with is trained by a different set of data that might not take into consideration data coming out from Africa because we are not particularly involved in the development of the technology. So it's almost inevitable that we are working with technology and development, not custom built for Africa. And we also have things around data gap. So generally, when you want to do anything, you have to collect data afresh. So we know that you want to do your NIN, or you want to do your BVN, or even want to register for anything. And the question I always ask is, can't you just let me just give you my name or something, and you pull up the records? You people are all government. Talk to yourselves. Do I have to be registered all the time? So there's some sort of data gap. That's another issue that we have. Then when we come to research and technology and funding, I think Dr. Kemi will be able to weigh in on this because she does a lot of research. How much of your funding comes from within the continent rather than funded from Germany or somewhere in the US? These are some challenges that we have, and I would want the panelists to, I think everybody should weigh in, because I think this panel has both academic contribution, we have legal, and then we have the technical. So, and these challenges spread across legal, academic, legal, and governance. So I want us to all weigh in on what we think the specific challenges are. And then after we have this conversation, we'll move on to solutions that we can prefer to these challenges. I'll have Dr. Okay, so the camera option is enabled. I'll turn on my camera now. Before we proceed to answering the question, I think I want us to turn on our cameras. Mr. Babalola, I don't know if you're able to turn on your camera. And Rock, I don't know if you're able to turn on your camera, so we just do this real quick and everybody can then turn it off. Okay. So I can see Dr. Kemi and Joshua, we have our cameras on. Okay, Rock too, thank you very much. I don't think Mr. Babala can turn on his camera. I don't know if he's still here with us. I know he's on this session.
Yes, I'm here, but I'm sorry, I'm not in a place to even turn on the camera. Please, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's understandable. I think we are good, because for us, I think I'm in Nigeria. At least one of the issues, I think, specific challenges we have with AI development is limited connectivity. So I don't think I can keep my camera on for long without affecting my network. So I think now we can turn off our cameras and then go straight to the question. So my question was specific challenges that we face within the African context in development of artificial intelligence generally, and then how it even weighs on AI ethics. I think we'll have Mr. Babalola go first, then Joshua, then Dr. Kemi and Rock. We'll have about 3 minutes each to go on this. I don't think we have so much time left.
Did you say artificial intelligence and the ethics of?
So I was talking about specific challenges we face in Africa, or
Okay.
Generally on the development of artificial intelligence, and then AI ethics.
Okay, so most times when we have conversations like this, and the government of specific regions, especially in Africa, wants to, when you want to begin to talk about data sovereignty, I see Mr. Bamgwe said something about it, and you want to begin to talk about data localization, and the paramount thing that comes to your head is, do you have the infrastructure, data storage, all these things, all these AI, all these social media, all these digital platforms? Where are these, the data that they use? And I'm speaking about personal data now. Where are they warehoused? I mean, Nigeria, I understand we only have maybe like one or two major data storage outfits, and maybe they can't even serve 1/10 or one. So in terms of storage, because you can't even control what you don't have possession of, what is not even within your region. So Africa can do all we want to do until we begin to really localize these things. Apart from just making laws on localization, infrastructure-wise, we should be able to. Then on this call, Victoria cannot turn on her camera because her internet is bad. I see some other people too also having some connectivity issues. So these are critical things we also need to begin to fix in Africa before we can even begin to talk about. There's so many functionalities of AI that we are not even taking advantage of in Africa. There's so many things that can't work yet because of our level of internet penetration and even internet connectivity. So those are things we also need to begin to invest big time on. Then the hardwares. And for me, paramount is training. We do not have many professionals. Even as data protection is growing, sometimes you are looking around for real-time professionals you cannot see. And training centers, how many organizations? I know what we've been trying to do with the universities, trying, Dr. Watibora is here. Even Unilag, as vast as she is in data protection, Unilag is not offering data protection as a course. It is, I mean, I don't know what to call it. So, and you don't even find so many professional centers. So we talk about the infrastructure, we talk about resources, human resources as well, because it is paramount for us to even understand AI. Part of the data protection considerations would be transparency. When we talk about AI, would be that is what they call explainable AI. And you find that under the rights, where you find right to prohibition of automated decision making. Part of the exceptions would be for the logic to be explained for people who would be beneficiaries or users to understand how these things work. So we don't even have professionals we don't even have that basic understanding of how AI works. So sometimes we just use them. We don't even know all these things. These days, I see so many AI generated videos, pictures, and we partake of them. We don't understand how they work. We don't understand the use. We don't understand the downside to it. The platforms do not even bother explain these things. Maybe they think we will not understand, or they think we don't even need to know, or they are not alive to their responsibilities under the respective data protection. There are so many things I could talk about, accountability as well. I mean,
I had to interrupt, but
yes,
I need to manage time so
that's
everybody has time to contribute to the conversation. Thank you very much. So over to you, Joshua.
Thank you very much. I was actually really enjoying what Mr. Babola was saying, but to specifically add to what has already been said, I think when it comes to AI within an African context, there is a very, 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 very big, skill and infrastructure gap, right? We don't really have, the awareness is not really there. That's the problem, and the infrastructure is also not there. I think one thing, I know we're not yet at solutions, but we need to do it as professionals, as all of us who are here. I think we are just under 50. The bulk of the work falls on us, to create this awareness. I mean, you look at what has happened over the past, 3-4 years in the data protection space, and that's because many people here today have made positive contributions when it comes to the skill gap. Like, for example, Mr. Babalola, has written books. I'm a follower on LinkedIn. I see him speaking at various events. I see the data, what's it called, Protection Commission doing a lot of work, a lot of field work, going out there, creating a lot of awareness. That has to continue. Because there is a skill gap. Many people don't know about this technology. There's a knowledge gap. Many people don't understand how it works. He touched upon explainability, accountability. These are very, very key principles in ethical AI. There are 7, maybe later on I'll go into them, but there are 7 principles in responsible AI, and then when it comes to the infrastructure, I'm going to speak with respect to Nigeria as a start. Nigeria is a third world country. Whether many of us live in Lagos, many people, see the nice stuff that's happening, but Nigeria is really a third world country. Look at what is going on in places like the US and, you know, in the EU, and you just open your mouth and I'm like, wow, we are way, 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 way behind. You know, there needs to be, for example, electricity is the major thing. You know, with all this AI, data mining, machine learning, these things need to run on electricity, you know, and how is it going to happen when, you know, we don't even have a stable power supply? How are we going to run our data centers? You know, even when it comes to things like flooding and stuff like that, you know, these are very, very, very germane issues that, you know, we really need to look at. But it falls on us, and I'm rounding up now, you know, to start this journey, you know, and it's also good for our careers, no matter how you look at it. But it beckons on us to start this journey, to create this awareness, you know, as all of us grow in our respective careers and in our professional journeys. You know, I pray that, I mean, you know, people reach the points of, you know, decision making as an executive or legislative level. You know, you look at the American executive order that was just passed 2 days ago, and I'm just going to touch upon what one of the points that was made when it comes to innovation. You know, the Biden-led administration, you know, called in the executive order, called for the National Science Foundation to establish a national AI research resource to facilitate collaboration between the government and the private sector. Also, the executive order, Homeland Security is now, you know, is meant to create, you know, a sort of framework where they can, you know, bring in skilled AI workers into the United States of America, you know, on a permanent basis. So these are what other countries are doing, and this is what, you know, the Africans need to start looking at. We need to start looking at best practices internationally and start implementing them here. Sorry to go into the solution, but I mean, I don't know if I'll be allowed to speak on the next point. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Kemi.
Okay, thanks very much. And just to pick up on what the other speakers already said, I hope you can still hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so I think Olumide was talking about data sovereignty. Of course, I own the human resources development perspective, but yeah, Olumide and maybe almost everyone here also knows that you know, the Nigerian bureaucratic system is such that no matter your enthusiasm, you have to go through all the, you know, requirements before you can introduce and teach a course in the university, you know, have manpower, which is part of what we're talking about, you know. So if you have few people to teach a particular course, you still don't launch it until you have that, you know, reasonably good capacity, because then when someone leaves, the course dies. But, you know, we also have these different short courses that we are running on data protection at the university at different times, you know, just to bridge that gap while we develop full-scale data protection courses. So that's just to address the human resources aspect, which, like I said, I'm in a position to own, right? And so it was also mentioning the data sovereignty, and I just wanted to add to that, you know, with data sovereignty and data localization, maybe something we need to be slightly circumspect about, because it seems really contradictory or counterintuitive, right? The very idea of data sovereignty is that we have control. And like Olumide mentioned, sometimes we don't even have the infrastructure, right, to store those data or to keep them safe. When your cloud infrastructure is in some other jurisdiction and you are talking about data localization, you are talking about data sovereignty, you know, so it's slightly contradictory that you want control or you claim to have control and you really don't have control at the same time. And, you know, when we talk about ethics, Victoria, I think you mentioned at the beginning, you know, ethics is society specific, it can be community specific, and Africa is a big continent. So you have corporate values that can be embedded in ethical frameworks, and you have to, you know, determine whether those are reflecting certain societal or community values. Right? We talk about the unavailability of the data. At the same time, when data is not available, and I think is also something you sort of mentioned, quickly, the data is not available. We say that we are underrepresented in the global data set. We say that the data is biased, against Black people, people of African descent, colored people, all kinds. And then we have this data which we also want to control and almost hold at the same time, right? So how are we going to get that balance eventually? And we will not end up simply importing applications that are not built for our context, for our society. My friend was sharing with me how as a daughter could also open her iPhone with her face. So the facial recognition, that means that there are different samples because she has a technical background, right? She's an AI person. And she was saying, probably they don't have enough data, about Black women to train these algorithms. And then when he sees me, it's the same as seeing my daughter. So what's the point of that facial recognition lock that is on your iPhone when all the elements that need to be captured to go into, ensuring that you are the only one that can open your phone is no longer there. So yeah, all these issues, they present different challenges, and we need to find a way around them before we talk more broadly about issues like data sovereignty and localizing data. And of course, finally, funding and research, I don't know what to say without sounding like indicting the nation and the continent, but I don't know if we have, any kind of what I would call sustainable and even practical or, kind of funding to technology generally, or even AI more specifically, which is rocking everyone's world. We don't have that kind of funding. Sometimes the funding are so meager. You wonder, what are you going to use that for? And that's why you find people take those funds, they just do whatever. You can't find any result. So there's no local funding, there's no commitment from government. I don't think that's surprising if we look at the nature of the infrastructure that we have generally. Maybe this will change with the new administration. We have to wait and see.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I particularly wanted you to address that issue on funding because I am aware that we don't fund research a lot in this part of the world. What you and Mr. Babala said will take me down to our next question. So you have been able to identify a problem that we have. There's a data gap. There's not enough data coming from Africa to other parts of the world to program or train these artificial intelligence algorithms. And on the flip side, we have a continent that is increasingly adopting data localization. So we want to be able to control our data so we can control some sort of narrative, which is very ironic because when we look at the reasons people raise for data localization and we look at things like national security and things of that nature, it's almost like we don't take into consideration the fact that because the world is global, it really doesn't matter where your data is hosted. So I understand the need to want to have some form of control over the data that is generated from here. But if we want to have a seat at the table and even contribute value to the artificial intelligence conversation, data has to move. So how do we strike a balance between governments holding on to data coming out of their countries, data localization, and innovation, development, and Africa actually contributing value to the artificial intelligence conversation? I know that this is probably not a question that we can answer categorically, but we just want ideas to keep the conversation going. Like, what are our thoughts on this? Does anybody want to go first? Okay, so I'll pick Joshua.
I'm so sorry. Can you help me rephrase the question? I kind of got lost in the maze, but I'm happy to
Okay.
go first.
Yeah, my question was, given the data gap with respect to Africa in training artificial intelligence algorithms, how do we balance the data localization obsession we see in a number of African countries, Africa wanting to hold its own data? Because as Dr. Kemi said, um, it almost appears like there's not enough data sets from Africa to train the technology we are importing to use here, since we don't create or train those things locally. So how do we balance data localization with innovation and artificial intelligence development?
Okay, I think that's a brilliant question. I think when you look at training data, respect to AI and machine learning systems, the simple truth is there are what I will prescribe is it's not a common technology, but there's something called synthetic data, right? And for example, it's a stretch, but hear me out, right? So what we want to do, what synthetic data basically is, for example, let me give an example. So it's data that it's based off, because for AI, you want to train the data with, you want to train the machines with data that, it's related to whatever you're trying to do for whatever use case you're trying to accomplish. And there can be, synthetic generated data, which would basically, it's not real world data, but it is generated from real world patterns. And then what you can do is there are a lot of open source that, in Africa we can use, but we can now synthesize it into towards our context, right? And that's why I said it's a bit of a stretch, because really and truly there is a data gap. But if you go to, there is I came across an open source it's called synthetic. You can go to synthetic.mostly.ai, and for example, if you want to, let's say you want to build a software like Airbnb, or you want to do something, you want to do something similar to that, you can get all the listings in maybe France or something, maybe 45,000 listings, and how people book, Airbnb, what's it called, what their preferences, and what people do. And then you can sort of localize it into an African context, because for training data, it doesn't necessarily need to be real world data. The actual best practice, what people are actually, prescribing, is the use of synthetic data, which is data that, first of all, is generated by analyzing patterns, right? And then from analyzing the patterns, you then, create, synthetic users and everything. And then you now use those sort of algorithms, for whatever use case you want to do, because that is, and I'm sorry, I'm going a little bit off topic, but there's no way I can't do this without, because this is my approach to the solution. I'm just thinking out of the box here. That would help. That is a very, very that's an ethical use of AI, because you go back to the Cambridge Analytica scandal, where Facebook paid $725 million as fines. And that was because they were using real world data, to manipulate the 2016 election. Like they submitted people's personal information, people's profiles, and then Cambridge Analytica came up with, posts that, tailored to, affect those people and everything. But, what's happening right now, the best practice is the use of synthetic synthetic data, which is something I, really urge everyone to research on. I can provide more insights on that. There's a training course on synthetic data that is very, very helpful. That even helped me in my preparation for, this conference, and that is what we can do, because the truth is there's not enough data. So we have to synthetically generate, the data that we're going to use and localize it, within our continent, and use it to train our AI, for our systems. Because to round it up now, what you realize is, if with synthetic data as well, what it offers is, it will help mitigate the risk of bias, AI bias. Because, for example, what we're going to see in the future is we're going to see AI tools used for our loan application. So let's say you want to take a loan from the bank, is there an AI thing that's going to process your loan? And if, for example, what you are using, what you use to train the AI, the machine is only British names, my name is Sirogene from Delta State, my loan may get rejected, so when we now start using synthetic data, creating our own use cases and everything, and then little by little, this, the first world, second world did not get there in one day. It's a process, and we need to follow through the process, and it's going to start from very few people, very few of us that know these things, that are going to research these things, and we'll see where it goes. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
So I think you answered more from the technical perspective of how we can bridge the data gap with the data coming out from Africa, but we've not gotten a governance perspective on creating a balance. I think I would have, let me have Mr. Babalola take a go at this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think from his perspective, he said so much about it is just like Dr. Amatura would always say, this really doesn't, it is not a legal issue for me. But I don't think we would be right to say that we don't have data that we can use to power whatever AI. I think there's a case going on currently in Kenya, where a foreign company running AI is paying Kenyans like $5 for them to take their facial recognition stuff. So if they could be coming to Kenya to take such data, then we can't count the number of databases we have in Nigeria. FIRS collects, FIRSC collects, the election people collect, NIMSI collect. So I don't know if availability of data is our problem. Rather, research, rather the infrastructure. To even know what to do with this data. We have data, we don't even know what to do with it. So for me, I don't think Africa not providing enough data is a problem. Rather, knowing how to use the data we have, that should be our concern, and how to and in terms of infrastructure, we have a couple of, at least we're doing very well in fintech. Comparatively, we're doing very well in fintech. I mean, so many fintech companies springing up all over the place. So in terms of digital platforms and making use of data, I don't think we have a problem. Rather, investing heavily in infrastructure, and infrastructure is not just the technical part. It would also move to the human resources as well. That's just what I want to contribute to this. Thank you.
Dr. Kemi, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, thanks, Victoria. And it's the contributions of the other speaker. I really like it. I particularly like the the technical aspect which Joshua was promoting, because I've listened on a number of I've been to a number of I would say conferences, workshops, etc., where this synthetic data was the it was center, left, right, and center. And I really like how that conversation is going, and where we could take it. I think it's a great, excuse me. I think it's a great conversation to have around, what we could do with synthetic data. My concern is that it doesn't still obviate some of the problems that we face, or that, we currently have, like research and funding. There still needs to be that research, that work into synthetic data still needs to be funded. Government, private sector, all need still to be invested in this and, want to know more and how it can be used. We can have issues around ownership of this kind of data, intellectual property issues. I'm not quite sure because I don't have a technical background. And of course, I would like to engage Joshua more, if he's minded to do that at some point, maybe after this conference, how it can mitigate bias. I'm not sure how the synthetic data works, but I'm thinking, is that going to be extracted from real life data? And, how does it solve the problem of bias? So those are my thoughts with regards to the technical solution, but I think, it's a great conversation to have. But, when we talk of governance, I'm looking at it still from our conversation, what the theme of this discussion, is also about ethics. And we're talking about how useful ethical frameworks are. They do have limitations, but we can, like I said, where we don't have the law, we don't yet understand the technology enough, but we know what the challenges or the risk and the problems are or are likely to be, to kind of have broad guidelines, broad ethical frameworks that will guide the development of different kinds of AI applications to different sectors. Maybe that's a useful thing for us to do. But like I said, that's not without challenges because ethics or ethical norms can be very community or society specific, and corporations and companies do have their ethical values. So it's a hard job to do with ethics, but I think we can develop broad frames. Now we have, I think, over 200 ethical frameworks all around. There was some tracking organization at some point, but I haven't tracked them in a while myself. But they have all these, so that can be complex also. You have 200 ethical frameworks. Which one is applicable to you and which one do you follow? Which one is useful? But still, it's good to know what should be done or what shouldn't be done, because that's also a start point. Just because the technology is there doesn't mean that, we can use it. Because we can do it doesn't mean that we should do it. So, ethics can be useful in that direction. But my most, for me, the most compelling argument, the most compelling need, I think, is for us to start thinking of regulation. We shy away from that discussion because we say, oh, we don't know enough, we don't want to stifle innovation, we don't want to. But if we don't have those conversations as early, it doesn't mean that we roll out legislation immediately, right? But we know, you were drawing comparisons with the European Union. They already have a proposed law which, sometime next year is going to be passed, the EU AI Act. And, the thing with Africa, why we are foot dragging, once there's a law like that, then you see many African countries kind of leveraging on that law, whether it's applicable to context or not. They start saying, we need a law, we need a law. And before you know what's happening, we are just taking laws that are built for other contexts and other societies and bringing it into our system and trying to make it work. So, those are my immediate thoughts about governance approaches to
we have
so
all, we have
sorry,
raised
yeah,
very
I have to run also, if you don't mind. I do
thank
apologize.
you so much for your valuable contribution. You've raised a lot of valuable points that I think if we have some time, we'll be able to take on later. But thank you so much, Dr. Kemi. It was very lovely to have you on this panel. Mr. Babala had mentioned that his perspective is that we actually have the data, but we don't know what to do with it. I'm going to take a different perspective to that because at this point, especially in Africa, we know that even all over the world, but specifically in Africa, the little development we see in the AI space is private sector driven. But we see that the data is warehoused with the government and is warehoused in silos that don't even interact. They don't talk to each other. Every time you have to go somewhere else, they have to take your biometric data afresh. Every single time you want to register for something with a government organization, it's like everybody's just storing data in a silo and not using it. So even the databases, they don't interact, and even the little data we have here is just hoarded in, maybe intentionally or inevitably. AI development at the moment is private sector driven. How do we leverage public and private sector collaborations to actually develop artificial intelligence here and even imbibe or build a sort of culture of AI ethics? I think Mr. Babala wanted to say something.
Yes, I'm in court. I'm in court in about like 4 or 5 cases across the country. That is to respond to you saying data is it's collected predominantly by government. Most people have bank accounts, at least the people in the urban areas, they have bank accounts, and everybody has BVN. BVN is managed by a private, in fact, it's one of the reasons we're in court. BVN is managed by a private entity, NIBS. NIBS is a private company, and it's part of the reasons we're in court. So when we say, I think we need to begin to contextualize these things very well. Yes, government collects data, but the same biometrics that they collect is what BVN takes your fingerprint as well, takes your facial recognition. In fact, connects it to almost all your bank accounts. And these are sensitive data, actually. But that is just to answer so if we really want to utilize, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I took the CBN to court as well when they wanted to do something similar to open banking, and I think they still went ahead. Now, fintechs have access to the data at NIBS. That is a private entity. Those are private entities having access to. So, except we want to keep making excuses as to, I do not think, and you can prove me wrong, I do not think data is our problem. It is not. We are in a country where people recklessly give data, recklessly, even educated people. So we shouldn't. I'm sure if you begin to ask the biggest fintechs in Nigeria, they will tell you data is their problem. They would rather not tell you that. And even the government that collects data, what data security do they have? What privacy practices do they have? People who want to have access would have access. INEC, do you know how many people has access to INEC this thing? 2 years ago, somebody just told me we should file a strategic litigation because they could buy data from INEC. Let's not. Nigeria is not. This is I know some other people are joining from other parts of the world, so let's not run down our country. But we know from where I speak from and from the litigations I've done, data is not a problem. Anyways, please, I'll have to rush off. Thank you very much for the invitation also. And it's been a fantastic time. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So the question was basically on public and private partnerships to drive development of AI and incorporating AI ethics, even in private sector driven development of artificial intelligence. Rock, what do you think about it? What are your thoughts?
Sorry, please come again with the question.
So the question was particularly on how we can drive public and private partnership, because as opposed to what Mr. Babala said, what I said earlier was that AI development in Africa at the moment is largely private sector driven. The little movement we see in that space is private sector, not public sector driven. but the public sector is the one that deals with the governance, and they can wake up tomorrow and we have a law, which and they are not particularly involved in the development of AI at the moment. So how do we leverage public-private partnerships in driving the conversation, the development of AI? And do you have any examples of successful private public sector initiatives, even if it's in other sectors, that we can emulate, look at, or import into artificial intelligence development in Africa?
Okay, thank you. First, I would like to start by, I would like to start by correcting an impression, because this is something we actually do on a daily basis. So first, Nigeria is not really doing that bad when it comes to major policies proliferating the development of AI. When it comes to major AI policy developments in Africa, Nigeria is not doing that bad. I know according to an index, an AI readiness index for sub-Saharan Africa, that was in 2022, Nigeria was number 6 on that list. Yes, it was number 6 when it comes to AI readiness in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's because of, first, we are actually, most private organizations, business organizations, and like you requested, I'll give you specific use cases, have actually started integrating AI technologies into almost all their operations. From in security, I can tell you, as we are in this meeting, the 2 apex regulators, CBN and NDIC, already has AI integrated into their security operations center. I know AI in banking, UBA has chatbots that they've actually upgraded their AI technology integrated. Now you just need to put not just putting your account, your phone number is going to fetch all your information. Even loan companies are already using third-party technologies that has that AI driven to actually give you your credit rating. You understand if you're actually eligible for that loan you're asking for. So Nigeria is not even doing that bad. Even in retail, customer service operations are actually I don't think in the near future you're going to have a large room of people wearing headsets and attending to people's cases, because AI has already brought out solutions that automate customer issues, customer resolution use cases. When it comes to back to base, to speak directly to evidences, if you give me, can I share my screen? Can I just share my screen? Let me show you something.
I don't know if you have, are you enabled to do that?
Host as disabled participant screen sharing. So in if you give me access, I can just show you from your phone number, I can tell you your account number from my desk here. Do you understand? From your phone number, I can actually show you. I just wish you can allow me, if you can give me access to share screen. Okay, yes, you've given me that access. Okay, so if you look at my screen now, can you see my screen?
Yes.
So yes, when it comes to this resonates with your question, when it comes to public-private partnership, when it comes to Nigerian data sets, a lot is already happening. From here now, I can tell you, just call your phone number for me. Just call your phone number. Don't be scared. Don't worry.
I'm very weary. We have 46 participants.
Let me just show you the data set. So this is All-Stars Finance API we use for validation of automation of most of our customers, and especially for intelligence data services. You understand? If you just put your phone number here, you can tell this one is Queen Glory Ndukwe. This is our address, 11 Road 6, New Layout, Oginigba. This is the date of birth, 1988-1201. Things are already happening. Nigeria is an enabling environment. Nigeria love innovation. So we are not really doing that bad. However, when it comes to public-private partnership, just like the last panelist mentioned, yes, you can buy your data. People actually, I think the problem is on two folds. First, acceptance. 2, data quality. So Nigeria is in a position where we have a lot of we have a lot of data that we've generated, a lot of data that we generated, but the problem with it is we have too many unstructured data. Too many unstructured data sitting in silos, as you mentioned. So and because of data privacy is actually something that is an evolving regulation in Nigeria. So people are actually more concerned with the problem of misuse of their personal information without them giving their consent, you understand, and certain misuse of people's data generally. So it's not as if we don't have this data. Data quality and privacy, many organizations really lack that structured data when it comes to clean and an accessible data set. So when you're talking of artificial intelligence, everything you're talking of artificial intelligence simply boils down to LLM. You understand? Large language models. Do you understand? When you talk of transformative models, you cannot talk of artificial intelligence if you're not talking of collecting this data, harnessing this data, having this structured data, and training this data. So it still boils down to data quality. And because Nigeria is still an evolving environment where data regulation is still growing up, it's not as if we are there yet, just like Dr. Kemi mentioned there's a use case she mentioned specifically when it comes to data privacy. So you have this data sitting here, you have this data sitting here, but there's no agency to structure it. I'm talking on the government level now, because if it comes to private businesses in Nigeria, banking, AI is already playing a significant role in making them more efficient, process efficient, operational efficient. In security, where we play a lot in our office, we are using AI to do our predictive analysis, threat monitoring. In the latest banking app we built for Mutual Trust in Abuja, if you log in from Lokoja and log in from Lagos, we will just flag your account, send you notification. We integrate what we call adaptive authentication, and it's an AI system that we've been able to learn, procure, that is doing that service for us. So we are not waiting for government to take our decisions or to be more operationally efficient. Nigeria is actually, nobody's waiting for you. Another thing is that I think we need to give kudos to this new government. Why? Tinubu just resumed, just took the mantle when in June. He has already enacted the law, the data protection. You understand? He has given assent to it. As I'm talking to you, NITDA is also doing a very wonderful job when it comes to AI research in Nigeria. Did you see, what's this guy's name? Issa, I can't remember his name, Issa from Jigawa. He created what they call Smart P, a device that helps medical patients, all these people that cannot control their urine coming out. So you put a tag on your body, it takes your sensors data from your body, takes all this your health data, and it regulates your bladder. You won that NIDA award. NCC has also given a research grant. You understand? NCC Talent Hunt 2023 for research development in AI. So I really don't want us
to have you.
Just finish. I really don't think Nigeria is doing that bad. However, what we need to do is to promote, create, encourage this enabling environment. Another thing, again, sorry, please, is you cannot really say we are. If you really want to nip it in the bud, I just think we need to first put in data protection into our academic curricula. Yes, because it's not about us now. We are already passing away. We are talking of the people coming. You understand? And in the next year time, if you want Nigeria to be a major player when it comes to AI development in Africa, you need to catch them young. So these are some of the policies and programs I feel government can put in place to encourage AI research and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Yemi Adeniran here who also wants to make a contribution.
Absolutely.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yemi Adeniran. I'm actually speaking to you from the UK.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you hear me real quick? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm actually, so there's a lot going on in the AI space. We are doing a lot in the AI for the agriculture sector. We're doing some stuff in Kigali. because we couldn't do it in Nigeria because of security issues. So we had to go to Kigali and do it. But that's another story to be told another day. But from just to go straight to the point, there's a lot happening, by the way, in the AI space, which we wouldn't have time to talk about. I heard the gentleman that just spoke about Nigeria. There's a lot we're doing on AI for cybersecurity. There's a lot going on, too much. We got our AI summit coming up in Oxford University, I think next month. I will be there, we'll be there. So there's a lot going on. And I think there was also an AI summit here in London yesterday, where Bosun Tijani was there from Nigeria, representing Nigeria. That was very good. So there's a lot going on. But to address your particular question on the public-private partnership, how could that drive or be a driver or a powerful driver for AI advancement in Africa? I think to answer that question, that could happen in various forms. One would be investment and funding. Private entities need to invest in AI initiatives, providing capital that may not be readily available through public funding in Nigeria. The second thing is infrastructure development. Private PPP can develop the necessary technological infrastructure, such as data centers and high-speed internet, which are very crucial for AI research and application. The third point is education and training. Private entities can collaborate with public institutions to create AI-focused educational programs, provide internships, which we lack in Nigeria. We need to start providing internship and facilitate real-world experience. I will touch upon that later on. The fourth point is research collaboration. There should be a joint research initiatives that could establish and combine strength of public research institutions like UNILAG and others with innovative and driven resources of private companies. Point number 5, the regulatory frameworks. Yesterday, the White House released a framework, which is a new standard for AI safety and security. From the White House, please go to the White House page, download that, have a read. It's very, very exhaustive. It's really great. I would try and encourage Tijani Bosun to create something like that for Nigeria. So that needs to be private sector driven, meaning that private sector players can work with government to develop regulations that encourage AI innovations while ensuring ethical standards. That was touched upon earlier by somebody. Number 6, knowledge transfer. Partnership can facilitate the flow of knowledge from global tech leaders to local African markets, adapting it to local needs, local content. Point number 7, job creation. By investing in AI, the partnership between the public and the private can create new job opportunities and help in developing the skills for the local workforce. Number 8, access to markets. That's one of the issues we have. Private companies often have global market access, which can help to scale AI solutions developed in Africa to a worldwide consumer or customer base. In Nigeria, we have a lot of very good young kids that are very bright. I've seen a lot of them. But what they don't have is the access to markets. We still don't have that second stage. If you look at India, look at what they do. If you look at all the global pharmaceutical organizations, they're driven by Indian technologies, Indian guys. Number 8, actually number 9, it is number 9, right? Risk sharing. The private sector's involvement can help mitigate risk, making it possible to pursue more ambitious AI projects that might be too risky for the public sector to undertake alone. Point number 10, innovation ecosystems. Public-private partnerships can support the creation of innovation hubs and ecosystems that foster entrepreneurship and the development of AI startups. So I've given you 10 valid points. So when you put all these together, all these synergies together, the public-private partnership can significantly accelerate the adoption and development of AI in Africa and within the nations in Africa. To your second point, is Nigeria in readiness for AI? Well, from my standpoint, this is my standpoint, Nigeria has been making strides towards adopting and integrating AI. They're showing readiness in several ways. One, we have a talent pool. We have a large, young, and increasingly tech-savvy population with a growing number of graduates in STEM fields. Number two, we have tech ecosystem. There's a vibrant tech startup ecosystem in Nigeria, with Lagos often referred to as the Silicon Valley of Africa. This ecosystem is conducive to what? To AI development. Number three, there are government initiatives. Somebody mentioned NIDA earlier. I know a lot about NIDA. I don't think they're doing enough. I think they've been really, they've been performing below what I think they can do. I think they can do more than they're currently doing, but that is my own that is my own opinion. Anyone could disagree with me. There need to be a far more initiative shown by the government in digital economy initiatives that could include AI development. Number four is educational institutions. Several universities in Nigeria are still not teaching AI. We need to start offering courses and programs in AI and machine learning. I've done a lot of courses in AI for the past 2 years. Most of them I've done in Oxford and MIT. And when I look at Nigeria, I can't see any university offering that. I think UNILAG is getting closer, but they're still not there yet. They're still focusing too much on Nigerian Data Privacy Act, which I think they're missing the boat because they need to really go beyond that and start looking at Africa as a whole. Number five, private sector. Multinational tech companies have been investing in Nigeria, recognizing the country's potential as a tech hub. To me, that's a really great thing that is happening, but there are challenges for Nigeria to actually start doing stuff. One is infrastructure. We still don't have reliable internet access and electrical power. It's still not consistent. All that will hinder the growth of AI technologies. Investment, while there has been some investment, more is needed, specifically targeting at AI development. A gentleman mentioned some banks. In leaps and bounds, they're doing some stuff, but they're still not doing enough. Nigerian banks are still way behind. Every time I try and use my GTB or Zenith stuff, they still don't work. I don't know what they're doing personally, but that's another conversation. Policy and regulation. A clear regulatory framework for AI is necessary to guide responsible development. I've mentioned that already. Data privacy. As AI systems.
We need you to begin to round up. Thank you very much.
Anyway, in summary, I think the foundational element to grow in AI readiness, they are there, but we still need to continue addressing infrastructural investment and policy challenges to fully harness the potential of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You came really ready with your points and contributions, and they are really very valid, and particularly with respect to the presence of talent. Because of our largely youthful population here, I think that is something that needs to be explored. And I think the Federal Ministry of Digital Economy is doing that with the training they have. I think there's also AI training going on now, because this is something we can leverage. We have a population that is very tech driven and tech savvy, and this is a strength that I think we have that we can bring to the conversation: manpower that can drive AI development here. And I also think it would have been very nice. I don't know if there are other panel sessions that would have the regulators come in to actually give a fully rounded context to this conversation on what they are doing on their end, because I'm aware NITDA is doing a lot now. It's not very publicized, and I hope we get to hear about it soon, on artificial intelligence technology in development in Nigeria. I think we need to round up shortly, but before we go, we need to talk to a side we've not really spoken to, the business people, which is the private sector. The topic data ethics, because it is not encapsulated in any law. There are no penalties, there are no fines if you do not apply whatever data ethics framework you have access to. Why should organizations who incorporate AI in their systems, why should they even take data ethics seriously? Nobody is going to catch them, as I like to say. and what are the benefits of them incorporating data ethics in their development and the use of artificial intelligence, and how can they incorporate data ethics in their corporate framework. So I will just take Rock and take Joshua. I think they are the only two panelists left. We had our panelists who had to drop off, and then we'll round up. So Joshua, how why should organizations incorporate data ethics in their corporate governance, their corporate framework, and how can they actually do it, given that there's no actual legal framework for them to rely upon?
Thank you, Victoria. I think that's a very good question. I also want to I'll start by going to looking at sustainability goals, ESG. I think that we want to grow the world in such a way that we leave the world, we leave things for generations to come. We don't want to destroy, corporations have that in mind. I think in Nigeria, one thing I've been seeing, wrong recently, especially in the corporate world, is ESG best practices. We have a lot of sustainability goals and everything. So that's very good. I think the first thing you need to understand is that AI possesses some form of risks. When you think of generative AI, you think of the fact that people can do and undo. It's a boundless technology, so you wanna what we are seeing, there's something called responsible AI, RAI, and that is becoming a board level topic, a board level conversation. I wrote an article for the Chartered Institute of Corporate of Directors, the Young Director Digest, on the intersection between AI and corporate governance, because there are a lot of risks, so even when you look at, sorry, I'm just laying the foundation. When you look at, the workforce, if we don't even take our time, AI can take some of our jobs. That's why Mr. Yemi also touched on the executive order that was passed on the 30th of October 2023 by the US government. And one of the key points that was made was the potential for AI to displace workers. And that's why the Council of Economic Advisors, when the executive order is meant to conduct a study on the effect of AI on the workforce. So if you think that your job is secure, be careful. Also touched on a very good point on how, even Rock as well touched on how AI is used in cybersecurity as well. So we need to understand this thing. And then you also think of generative AI, how it can be used to create content that can be very harmful. The American executive order also touched on how, there should be mechanisms in place to ensure that, it's not used to create, things like child pornography and stuff like that, because AI is very, 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 very powerful and can do stuff like that. Sorry to, raise such a sensitive matter in a professional environment, but it is what it is. So I think what companies should do is have policies. I'm going to go to corporate governance. Every company should have an acceptable, AI use policy. You even the risk of putting your company information in something like ChatGPT is it's very risky. Boards should have policies on that. Because of the risk. So I think the first thing is to understand the risk. The second thing is to now put controls in place. You don't want a situation where AI creates some form of a level of bias, in the decisions it's going to take, So I'm just going to quickly touch on, to conclude, the responsible AI principles that I mentioned earlier. The first one is that there must be human operation and oversight over your AI tools. You must have technical controls. There must be privacy and data governance policies in place. There should be transparency and explainability of how, what you're using AI to do and how the process goes about. There should be fairness, diversity, and non-discrimination. I think Rob talked about how loan applications as well are using AI tools for that. There shouldn't be any form of discrimination and whatnot, based on the training of your AI systems. There should be accountability. And lastly, there should be societal and environmental well-being. So you should think of the broader picture here. Yes, AI is going to help you boost your business. Yes, revenue is going to help you boost your operations and whatnot. But I think boards, directors, top level management, should have some form of policies in place as a like going into 2024. Boards should sit down and start thinking, hey, what is our policies for AI? In the same way you have ISMS, there's some companies like banks, for example, in Nigeria, many of them are coming ISO 27001 compliant as well. In America right now, the executive order, last point, sorry, the President Biden has ordered NIST, to come up with a NIST AI risk framework, and that's going to now help American companies, to start implementing this framework the way they implement ISO, framework. So I think these are just some points to consider. And thank you.
Thank you very much. As we round up, I think Kwok will just have the last word as we close out on this session.
Okay, thank you. When it comes to
Is it just me?
and artificial
I think there's a
intelligence,
network
hopefully
issue
it's
on your
very, very
okay,
broad. Okay, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So from my end, in giving response to that, the last panelist has actually spoken extensively on what the regulatory developments in Nigeria as well as in the international community. The frameworks he mentioned are actually very, very, very high level frameworks, and we are on our seats waiting for them to release their regulation, what's controls rather, not regulation, we recommend for modern business entities to adopt when it comes to AI. But however, I'll speak to some of the details of this, and it's quite tricky in the sense of I know in 2021, UNESCO released the first global standard when it comes to artificial intelligence and data ethics, and that was the recommendation. That's the recommendation on the ethics on artificial intelligence. It's a high-level document that has several pillars. It actually speaks specifically on human dignity, protecting of citizens, people's data, how to respect people's private information. But as we are speaking, the only bastion of hope is NDPR, Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, that actually has the oversight on how citizens' data are used and abused. However, when it comes to artificial intelligence, the scope is currently beyond the framework of NDPR. And when you say organism, if you don't even do proper incident breach reporting system, it's not even, you have NG sets doing their own, you have different, you have RDB by TaxTech, you have different institutes. So there is no agency that's taking this responsibility fully when it comes to artificial intelligence alone. And there's a lot of explanation, there's a lot of reasons for that. However, I will also try to shed more light on a reality. AI is already being used, and that trend is not going to stop. When it comes to regulation on AI, I don't think it's going to be very easy in Nigeria because adoption has already started by private entities. Well, that's one. Secondly, the rate at AI development and technology, the rate at its development is very, 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 very fast. It's faster than even modern advanced countries, not to talk of Nigeria. So there's a lot of learning to do. There's a lot of catch-up we need to do. And we cannot overemphasize on the need. The need is there. There needs to be some sort of regulation. So the only area I see hope, to be very, very pragmatic with you, is the government needs to do more to encourage the current tech regulators, specifically NIGDA, specifically NCC, in every way they can when it comes to regulation AI. I can tell you, even though if your system is, if you're a victim of a fraud fraud incident now, you would only need to escalate it. After you escalate it, you might not recover that money. So when it comes to artificial intelligence, manipulating people's data for different reasons, like the use case I made mention of Dino Melaye shouting, vote for Peter Obi, how do you want to stop it? In the next election, AI is still going to play a very critical role in Nigerian political atmosphere. You're going to see a lot of misinformation, a lot of fake news. This also gives me the opportunity to say there's an agency we work with, and I'll use this opportunity to thank them a lot in Nigeria. They are doing a lot when it comes to managing AI-driven, not just AI, even non-AI-driven misinformation and fake news. That is Nigeria Computer Emergency Response Team, NGSET. They are doing a lot. They don't publicize themselves, just like you rightly mentioned. You don't think what NCC Talent Hunt is doing, it's actually well marketed or people really know about it, you understand? But NGSET is doing a lot. And what they are doing a lot is working with the online service providers in fighting fake news. You don't see it. You remember those days when you see a lot of Boko Haram beheadings of Nigerians on YouTube, ransom and all those things. You don't see those things again. That's the function of NGSET. They actually work with Meta. They work with international online service providers to take this content off, so it doesn't create unnecessary pandemonium. So that's a first step in combating AI, and Nigeria is in the forefront of it. I'm not here to as a proponent of the current administration or the past administration, but it's good when good things are happening by our agencies. Nigerians are actually even aware of it. So I hope for much of the policy direction of the current administration should be geared towards enabling these agencies and also promoting AI research and development. Nigeria has one of the best talent, I can tell you, in cybersecurity. You don't want to hear what Nigerian youths are doing in abroad and even homegrown talents. You understand? It's a lot. So these are more, first, like predominantly, like I said, encouraging the AI research and development in Nigeria, putting more efforts, giving more money into research, just like Dr. Kemi mentioned. And I think we'll be in a good pace in the next couple of years when it comes to AI research and development, as well as its adoption in vital government operations and private business operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say a big thank you to both the organizers and the panelists. From this conversation, we've been able to take away a number of things, including the fact that the government is doing a lot, the private sector is also doing a lot, but there's so much more to be done, and this requires a high level of synergy in Africa between the public sector and the private sector. And then on the international front, within Africa as a continent and between Africa and other world powers, we also discussed the need to develop infrastructure around building and developing our skills in artificial intelligence as a nation and as a continent. It has been an insightful conversation with the panelists. Thank you so much for your time. We'll be rounding up now. Thank you, Dr. Kemi. Thank you, Mr. Babalola. Thank you, Joshua, and thank you, Rock, for your time on this session. I think we have resources that have been shared with us. I don't know, I host and panelists got it. I don't know if other people who joined got these resources, but I think the organizers will probably share it with everyone after the session. Please stay on. Yes.
I don't know if we have questions from,
because I can't see questions in the chat box.
Let's see.
I can't see questions in the Q&A
if you would like to speak, can you kindly raise your hand? Let's see if anyone wants to speak instead.
Okay, so a question just came in.
Okay.
Okay, we have a question here that says, can significant progress be made in Africa's AI and technology space with much reliance on foreign data centers? Can significant progress be made in Africa's AI and technology space with much reliance on foreign data centers? I don't know if our panelists are still on.
If I'm to speak to that, that's a very important question. And yes, we can't really say currently we are relying on foreign data centers, but I would there are some concerns, unique concerns that's going to constrain development. It's going to slow it down. For instance, if you want to talk of AI research and development, collecting large data sets, you understand, you need to store this data. There was a panelist that stressed a lot about the infrastructure, the need of having a robust, scalable, and reliable infrastructure. At the moment, if you're not talking of AWS, certain cloud services that will require you to put an ATM card that they'll be debiting monthly for, that's cost on its own. So single individuals, for them to take their time to study AI, it's expensive. So coming back, localizing this data to homegrown environment to make it enabling, it's very important government also put an eye in that, you understand. So yes, from the point of relying on foreign data centers, those are some of the challenges we'll have. We are not really there when it comes to infrastructure. Even internet connectivity, we still rely on foreign service providers. But all in place, if we continue to encourage homegrown systems, encourage more Nigerians to invest in having data centers that are scalable, compliant with modern security controls, technology controls, operational controls, it's going to play a vital role to put us in the forefront of AI research and development generally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the only question we have. Does anyone else have a question? You can raise your hand to ask, or you can drop your question in the Q&A section. I'll just give us about a minute or two, because I can't see any other questions in the Q&A section. I can't see any hands up also, so I think it's a good time to bring this session to an end. Thank you everyone for your time. I think I'll hand over to the organizers now to take it from here. Please stay tuned. The session, the conclave, the conference is not over yet. There's still insightful panel sessions coming up subsequently. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Victoria. Thank you to all the panelists for this amazing first session. We learned a lot and hope we're geared for the next session. To all the participants, thank you so much for your apt attention. It's time to take a break. We have the second session to begin at exactly 11:45. So let's have breakfast, take your tea, drink water, stretch your legs, and please come back because we are kicking off at exactly 11:45 a.m. for the second session. Thank you so much again for joining.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Yes, hello, Mr. Salim. Yeah, please be on break. We're resuming at 11:45.
All right. Hmm.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. I know Mr. Salim Sayaya has been here and is eager to start his session. Welcome back, participants. Thanks for waiting behind. We do appreciate it. Hope we're ready and geared for the second session because it promises to be as interesting, if not more interesting, than the first session. So our second panel session is on cross-border data flow and digital trade. Even the topic is already intriguing and interesting, and I hope we have our ears ready to listen, our questions ready. And please remember, if you do have questions, we have the Q&A box, we have the chat box. Please put down your questions. If you have anything you want to say, feel free to raise your hand and you can unmute to speak. But at this particular juncture, I will be introducing our moderator for this interesting session, who is Mr. Salim Sayaya, a senior management consultant at Bamax, Nigeria. Salim has over a decade experience in information technology strategy and business analysis. He is highly skilled in design and delivery of high-performance information communication technology solutions. He has advised diverse range of clients in addressing complex business problems. Salim's vast experience in IT and business strategy covers areas such as ICT advisory, of course, strategic planning, operations management, project management, business process improvement, and re-engineering, and last but not the least, change management with an excellent track record. Without further ado, I'd love to introduce and welcome Mr. Salim Sayaya, who will introduce his panelists. And I would love to implore on our moderator for this session and our panelists to please keep their videos on. Our participants would love to see our beautiful faces. Some people say it even makes them understand more when they see our faces. So welcome, Mr. Salim. Thank you for being here with us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for the intro. As you said, I think this is going to be a very interesting session, which is cross-border data flow and digital trade. So how do countries manage data movement from one country to another, especially within the African continent? So before starting the introduction of the panel, I would like to give a brief of what we're expecting. So as data becomes the new oil, if I can say, because at the moment, data is the most important resource you will need for countries in terms of their budgeting, in terms of projection. You need to know the number of people in. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
I off the picture. Can you see me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So as I was saying, data is now the new oil. So it's very important for countries to know what they have, and it's very, very important for the countries to know what they have in terms of planning. And it's an important conversation that should be happening within the African continent per se. I believe this session should give us more insight into how this data flow from one African country and how the regulatory functions, the framework, like for Nigeria, we have the NDPR and how it is going in other countries. So from here, we have a dynamic panel of legal practitioners and IT oriented participants. So my first panelist is Muyowa Mutemwa, Senior Cyber Security Consultant in South Africa. So Muyowa Mutemwa has been at CSIR for the last 8 years. During this time, he has occupied the following positions: Senior Cybersecurity Specialist, Client-Based Security Operations Center Manager, and now his current position is Research Group Leader for Data Security and Analysis, Data Security Analytics Group. Muyowa has 5 years working experience with Telcom SA Limited as a strategy architect. You're highly welcome, Muyowa. Hello. Is Muyowa here? Hello.
We can't,
Welcome.
he hasn't joined yet. We're yet to see him. Let's just follow up on that. Somebody
Okay.
is on the call yet.
The next panelist is Sizwe. Sizwe Lindelo Snelka Mutuze. Apologies if I mispronounced the name. A professor of cyber law, Nelson Mandela University, and managing director, Snail Attorney, South Africa. Sizwe Lindelo holds a baccalaureate legume from University of Pretoria, Magister Legume LLM, and is practicing attorney with the law firm Snail Attorneys at Law and International Coordination of the African Center for Cyber Law and Crime Prevention, based in Kampala, Uganda. He is the author of various articles on cyber law in journals, both locally and internationally, and has given ad hoc lectures for LSA, ACFA, University of Johannesburg, Fort Hare University, and University of Pretoria, and comment on cyber law in various South African newspapers and radio talk show. He is also the co-editor and author of the 3rd edition of Cyber Law at South Africa. Sizwe Snail Mutuze was a member of ICT review panel of the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services, serving as the chair of the e-commerce committee within the panel subcommittee. Sizwe Snail also currently serves as the National Cybersecurity Advisor Council of DPTS. He's also currently serving as deputy chair of LSSA E-Law Committee 2013 to date. He is also a trainee educator and SAIIPL domain discourse. He is also co-founding member of annual Cyber Law Conference and annual Lex Information. Snail is also a WASPA educator, WASPA, from 2008 to date. He is a research fellow in field of cyber law with University of Fort Hare since 2024. I'm not sure if Sizwe is here. Hello, is Sizwe here?
Mr. Sizwe will be here with us shortly. You can just proceed with the citation, sir.
Okay. So our next panel member is Alice Namuli Blazevic, Partner Head Technology and Innovation, Hart Katende, Smepore Company Advocate, Uganda. She's an award-winning lawyer. She's an award-winning lawyer, most notably for 5 most influential women in legal tech by the International Legal Tech Association 2020, top 5 cybersecurity professionals, global influencer by IFCEC, Global 2021 Legal Innovation Award of the Year 2020 by Ugandan Law Society. innovator, international speaker, and author with over 18 years experience. Mrs. Ali specialized in technology and the law with a keen interest in artificial intelligence, blockchain, cryptocurrency, fintech, cyber law, and data protection. She is co-founder and team member of Legal Innovation Hub Africa, co-founder of Kampala Legal Hackers, cybersecurity global committee member for Della Leaders Club DLC, faculty advisor, Digital Legal Exchange, a global training institute for leaders in digital world. Welcome.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, you're highly welcome.
Thank you for the introduction.
The panelist is Ayub Katagu, founder and CEO of Ascon African Security Investigation in Tanzania. Ayub Katagu is a computer scientist and forensic investigator professional with vast experience in banking industry, working with 3 big banks in Tanzania, namely National Bank of Commerce, National Microfinance Bank, and Barclays Africa Group Tanzania as head security and forensic investigation. He acquired experience in forensic and criminal investigation, financial institution risk management. Previous experience is he served with Tanzanian Police Force as fraud and criminal investigation officer, ESG investigation officer, investigating cases of different public and private organizations. Currently, Ayub is working with Ascon Africa Security and Investigation as managing director. In the capacity, he leads the company management team, and he is a member of the board of directors. He is responsible for growth and of the company, attracting clients and retaining current clients.
Hello, good afternoon, Nigeria. Good morning, Nigeria, and good afternoon for East Africa. How are you all? My name is Ayub Katuga, as Salim said. Thank you very much to be with you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Salim, we don't get you. We don't get you.
I said, can you hear me?
The network is like hesitating. Can you check your microphone maybe?
Okay.
Mr. Salim, please, are you still there? You are muted. Mr. Salim.
Or is it a percentage problem?
Yes, we can hear you, but there's a lot of feedback from you, Mr. Salim. Please, can you proceed, please?
Yeah, but you sound like you're in the background.
Yes, Mr. Salim, we can see you at our screens, but we cannot hear from you. And it seems that there is a lot of background noise at your side. Yeah.
Hi, Cecily.
Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Am I
now we
audible?
can hear you. Now I
Okay.
can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So the first question we have here is going to Alice. So we would like to know how digital trade contributes to economic growth in African nations and what industries stand to benefit the most. Did you hear that? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I heard that.
Okay. The floor is yours. Did you hear the question?
Said how digital trade and how does digital trade contribute? Thank you very much. I think I already have a question. How does digital trade contribute to economic growth in African nations, right?
Yeah, and what industries stand to benefit the most?
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll start with what they call it, market access. Or I believe that when you have what they call it, what digital trade has the biggest contribution it has made to the African continent is create like a market access for especially African businesses to the global market. And it has also enabled so many African nations to reach like broader customer base and be able to be involved in trading into diverse what they call it, having an opportunity to engage in different export opportunities, which of course have constantly boosted so many African economies. The other benefit has been, of course, the growth of e-commerce. I'm sure you all know the rise of digital platforms, what they've done to the African continent. We have so many of like online platforms where we are now able to trade goods without pretty much, so much moving, across borders, like physical borders, and which has also eliminated so many of the bureaucracies we used to have in the past. Now, by a click of a button, I can be able to access products from all over the continent or all over the world. So this definitely has skyrocketed because of the rise of digital platforms. The other benefit has been, of course, job creation. Digital trade has fostered the growth of because of the growth of so many businesses, has also led to a lot of employment opportunities, especially in technology-related sectors. Increase in innovation and productivity. That is also another thing that has definitely been enabled by digital trade and how digital trade has encouraged innovation. We've had so many like startups on the continent which have sprouted from all over. I know currently most of the innovation concentrates mainly around I would say East Africa, with Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, and then West Africa, of course, we have Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa. The innovation is coming from. The other benefit I think that I'm actually also very, very, very proud of, and this is actually one of my areas of specialization, is the financial inclusion. This is something that definitely digital trade has been able to pivot, where before it was so difficult. Rather, there was a very big gap between, and of course those who are able, and that also had created a very, very had widened the gap between the very, very poor or the people who are living rural areas, or even like countries, like of course many countries in the developed world not being able to access markets in the on the global market. But now we have online payments, which definitely have made it much easier. I can be able to pay for anything pretty much all over the world from the comfort of my seat. So financial inclusion, I think, is has been a very, very big has contributed a very big role into economic growth. Of course, the other things could be skill development has also gone up in for so long. When we got into this era, the digital age, we're struggling a lot with skill, development. But I feel like now for the last, I think, pretty much 10 years, there's been a lot of skill development on the continent, and so many people are now, and at least are equipped and are skilled to be able to provide services or in the digital economy. Which are areas, industries, I think, that will benefit from this? Mainly, it has been the small and medium-sized enterprises, which have benefited a lot from the digital trade. Of course, the IT sector, that of course has also developed, and that cuts across in all countries across the continent. Yeah, that's pretty much in summary what I can share on that question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Alice. You really dived into how digitalization has improved trade within the African continent. One key point you gave was financial inclusion. So access has improved from people that don't have access to banking services, they don't have access to any online activity. So with the financial inclusion that is more of a digital structure, that don't have access now have access, which is very key. So that improves the financial capacity of the country and probably more profit for the banks as well. Thank you very much for that insightful response. Now over to sorry. Over to Ayub Katagu. Sorry, if Katuga. Now, I believe with your experience and role you've played in several organizations, I believe you've interacted with a lot of regulations and frameworks in terms of operations, in terms of service delivery. So what are the complexities associated with developing regulatory frameworks that balance data flow, data sovereignty, and privacy in the context of digital trade? Over to you, Ayub. Did you get the question? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. Thank you very much. First of all, I wanted Testy to contribute to one. The first point that how does digital trade contribute to economy growth in Africa and national things like that? How does it contribute? To me myself, and especially this digital trade, is an engine of business now. I don't think if people think that way. I took it like an engine of business because you cannot do any business right now without including digital technology. Thank you. Let me go direct to the point that you have asked me that what are the, sorry, what is the question again?
Framework. Okay. What are the complexities associated with developing regulatory frameworks that balance data flow, data sovereignty, and privacy in the context of digital trade?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Through digital trade, this is we are talking about utilization of e-commerce, and especially when we're talking on digital trade, it comes the things we call systems and integration systems between one country and another. There is expertise in that field there. There is communication of different countries. There is laws and regulation of different countries in between. So without a very defined framework, and especially in the regulations, it's very complicated, and especially when we go directly to digital trading. Why I'm saying that? Because I came to experience that even within a single country, just take one organization and another organization, whenever they are doing transactions, this transaction will never go through without integration system. And automatically, the integration system are the one which determine the effectiveness of our digital trade. So there is a need of creating rules and regulations and monitor our digital trade. Why I'm saying that? Because it happened one day. I came across with one of the fraud issue that was committed, but this fraud was committed just at the integration system, that between one organization with another organization. So people, they committed fraud from that integration system. And how did they committed fraud? They committed fraud because they see some loopholes between one organization and another organization. There was a very defined framework of rules and regulations. So they used that gap to commit fraud. So I can take this example to the broader way of one country to another country, that there must be integration system, there must be interchange servers and communication servers, in which, without defining rules, without defining regulations, or entering agreement with some country, there will be a lot of fraud will be committed there. So the framework, especially this the regulatory framework, it will be a very good strategy to resolve issue like this one, especially the fraud issues. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the insightful information on complexities. So basically, we must have regulations in place in terms of data movement and in terms of security, and we must try and block all necessary loopholes so that the fraud activities or the fraudsters will be prevented. Thank you very much, Ayu. So the this one also can go to Alice. So in terms of digital trade between countries who have their own sovereignty, and they need to be balanced as well. So what strategies can be employed to retain control over data while allowing cross-border data flow for digital trade, and how do these strategies impact economic growth?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this question should have come, I guess, before the challenges Mr. I think Ayub shared, but it's okay. We can always, revisit the challenges after, sharing this. So what I think definitely would be the best strategy would be to, in order to help with balancing data sovereignty and a smooth, data flow between one country to another, would be setting up strong regulatory frameworks. In the past, what has happened is countries are always very quick to set up, all sorts of regulatory policies, and come up with so many laws that govern a particular industry or sector. But one of the things we have seen that is very, very common on the continent is a lack of enforcement. So, but personally, I feel that there's no way we could have a safe, flow or movement of data across borders without strong regulatory frameworks that actually what do they call it? Harmonize, because also that's really key. How can we? It's one thing for one country to come up with a law, like for example here now in East Africa. Imagine if we had a completely different set of rules and regulations that govern our data industry in Uganda, and then they're completely contrary to what our neighbors, let me say in Kenya or Tanzania or Rwanda have. It means that it would be actually difficult to do anything. Like businesses cannot work because in one country it's completely off from what it has a completely different set of rules. So the harmonization, I think, is also extremely important for of the regulation. So it's one thing to come up with a good regulatory framework. It's another for them to be able to it's another for them to be harmonized. Then I think it would also be important to have data localized policies whereby all countries or nations first, deal with the data that relates to their citizens. I think that's the most important before you go out to the regional frameworks or global regulatory frameworks. How is the data for your citizens in your country? How is it protected? Are they actually safe? Do they even feel safe? Then you gradually go on a regional into regional data regulatory frameworks, and then international. It's also important to for the different countries to be able to sign or collaborate with other to sign different international agreements, because as we know now, with all these especially the big global tech companies, they operate all over the world. So you'd have, for example, a Google based, let me say, in Ireland, but it's collecting data for Ugandans or collecting data for Nigerians. So it's always important to be part of these international agreements that are able sorry, there is a question in there. Okay.
I think you can continue, then we come to the questions later.
Okay, I will. Then yeah, so this definitely also helps a lot with the harmonization of the different regulations we have, or on the continent and around the world. The other strategy would be to come up with a very strong encryption and security measures that now goes into the whole area of cybersecurity. Do we actually have the right experts on the market? Are actually people aware of these vulnerabilities from the use of data, or do people actually understand when they share their data with the the different data collectors we have on the continent, whichever businesses we use, or whichever businesses we subscribe to, or whichever online platforms we sign to, actually people are aware, businesses are aware the kind of vulnerabilities they have. So I think it's also important to invest in a very robust cyber security measures that would ensure data remains very secure across during the cross-border transactions or transfers of it could be information, it could be goods and all that. Capacity building, I think, is also really would be important to be a very good strategy. And this, I think, many African countries have done that. I know so many like now institutions that are training cybersecurity experts and of course cybersecurity experts, and also the different like regulatory authorities. Like for example, in our country, our regulatory authority, that is the National Information and Technology Association, it once in a while, holds these campaigns where it what they call it, like their public awareness campaigns, where they literally inform the public on the vulnerabilities they face. So it's one thing to have this amazing, beautiful, trade, across borders. It's another to actually know the vulnerabilities that come with it. Yeah, right. So the citizens have to be aware, and also over the years we've been able at least to build, like some kind of good capacities, because I know now many professionals on the continent, all the people here, I'm sure on the panel, or like the participants are into these kind of spaces. Of course, I also think there has to be some kind of continuous like checks on what kind of technologies have emerged. That's actually one of the challenges that now we could actually discuss that is facing the regulatory environment. That why it's the technologies that so many businesses or anyone in this space, industry or digital trade is into, keeps advancing, because every day there's a new an advancement of something. Like for example, you could have like an amazing technology that could be, I don't know, come out like in January. By December, there are so many versions of it, and all those things trigger so many regulatory issues. So I believe that our regulators, that is at national level and at a continent level or regional level, they have to be constantly update themselves on what is on the market, which technologies are there in the market, so that they can actually be able to come up with regulatory frameworks that are practical and effective. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to come up with a law, or to have a law that was passed maybe say in 20. For us, for example, like our data protection law was enacted in 2019. We are in 2023, so many things have come up. But last year, we came up with regulations that now at least were able to take care of some of the issues or new issues that had not been encompassed in the when the act was enacted. So yeah, the regular, I guess, updating of pretty much what is going on by our regulators is extremely important too. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Alice. Key points I will pick up not more than two. One is the issue of cybersecurity. At the moment, almost all businesses are online. So there are a lot of vulnerabilities. There are a lot of threats from different angles. So doing business within Africa, we need to ensure that who we are dealing with has those anti-cyber devices all plugged in. I think that's a major challenge at the moment. This might be due to advancement. The more you block this loop, the cyber hackers are opening another loop. So it's a continuous improvement in what you have existing. So if you have this particular antivirus this year, next year it might not be valid because it has it has been hacked, or it can be it's vulnerable. Another important thing you mentioned is on data protection laws and regulation. I believe even within the Nigerian context, this act has been enacted, but enforcement is not so good, because a lot of companies, a lot of organizations at the moment don't subscribe to those regulations, not as the foreign standards and foreign frameworks and foreign regulations, especially in terms of banking. If you are not certified with PCI DSS, you know you are not going to do any business with that has to do with transactions of people's resources. Thank you very much, Alice, for that insightful review and feedback. I will now go back to Ayub. So we've talked about strategies, we've talked about complexities as well. Now, what are the measures that should be in place to protect the privacy rights of citizens when engaging in digital trade, and how can these measures be enforced? I think this is one big challenge that I just spoke about when highlighting what Alice said. So over to you, Ayub. I believe you will give it a good response.
Yeah, thank you, Sally. This is also a good question, and we have to understand that from digital trade, a lot of our people are utilizing this system now. Digital trade are working on digital trades, and we can't deny that majority of our people, they are illiterate, that they don't have that technical knowledge, and they don't know the technology itself. Some of them, they are just learning from their fellow friends and just relatives on how to utilize the digital platform. So if it comes to the privacy, these people need to know, to understand what are the at least the rules on how to prevent data, on how to protect himself or herself from cyber crimes and cyber criminals. How do these people protect themselves? So we need to discuss from that angle, and what are the complexities associated with this data protection, and especially in private rights of citizens. You know, most of people, as I said, they don't know how to protect themselves. So it's a duty of professionals now to sit down and see how they can first initiate a strategy or a way to help these people. Actually, the knowledge itself, disseminating knowledge to these people is very crucial. But if we, for example, Africa, we have a lot of people that have illiterate, so they need to know how do we going to help them to protect their privacy. Together with giving them knowledge, together with disseminating knowledge and all the training, for example, but we need to formulate another body, for example, a data control body that can be helping these illiterate people who are utilizing the system so that they can prevent their. And there are some, for example, in our organization, we believe that we have some people who are also violating some rules due to their lack of knowledge. But do we just punish them because they don't know how to utilize the system, how to utilize the rules on the security, the controls? Some of them violate controls because they don't know how to utilize the controls. Do we punish them? No, we cannot punish them. We need at least to tell these people how they can protect themselves. What are the major ways to use the system to utilize, and how they can prevent themselves from being hacked, from being there are those phishing emails, how to avoid the phishing emails and things like that. Also, we can do something like audit check to our people. For example, there are these organizations like business people. They formulated their organization, maybe exporters or importers. We can go to those people within their organization and give them knowledge, introducing them the controls on how they can use the control to prevent themselves from hackers, from phishing emails and things like that, so that the data privacy would be there, but at least also the transparency on that, on how to utilize the system should be also a key word to involve these people, so that they understand that, okay, if I am very comfortable with the system, very transparent to the system on how to utilize it, it will be easier for these people also to understand, okay, these are the rules, I can do this and that, so that I can avoid the hacker, I can avoid my data being leaking to other part, which is not the right part for the data to be there. So they have to understand it that way. And the use of localization, for example, in Tanzania, we normally use this. We have a regulatory body which is called the TCRA. So the localization is that they broadcast some of the techniques on how to avoid some awful messages which are coming through their phones, their laptops, and their computer. So they have to, at least on daily basis, to train people, to give awareness through radios, TV, things like that. This will be the only way that we can protect the private rights of our citizens when engaging to digital trade. Thank you, Selim.
Okay, thank you very much, Ayub. One important aspect from your discussion is lack of knowledge. So people need to be taught, they need to be aware that this is what you do when there's X or Y, when there's any hacking on your system, this is what you do. When you are sent a phishing message, don't respond, things like that. So most people do not have that knowledge. Another one is about audit. So we need to have some checks and balances in terms of interaction and then international trade. Now this will, I'll still come back to Alice. As we have been having probably the data protection regulations, at least within the African continent, I believe some countries have passed those laws and they are being implemented, even though the speed might not be as quick as it should be. Now, how do international data agreements facilitate cross-border data flow for digital trade while ensuring data sovereignty? And what benefits do these agreements bring to African nations?
First of all, the benefit is that they're able to facilitate when you have what they call it, these international agreements, you're able to facilitate the smooth flow of data from one country to another, whereby automatically the flow benefits all citizens, especially of course businesses who are dealing in cross-border transactions. The other one I talked about it is harmonized data protection standards, which is extremely important. That there has to be some kind of similarity. You understand, on what we all agree on. Some kind of like shared values when it comes to data protection. If you don't have that, then there's going to be clashing, or it would actually completely be useless, because if I have I'm based somewhere in, I don't know, Ukraine or somewhere in the US, and I'm trying to I collect data, or I collect data from different African countries. If in the different African countries they have sections in their policies that would hinder me from, or like pretty much are contrary to what my local regulations say, then it becomes a little bit difficult. But then when you have these like global international agreements, you have some kind of harmonized position. Yes, people in New York, this is what they define as privacy. People in Africa, in East Africa, this is what they define as privacy. In fact, actually, this also is also one of the biggest challenges with data flow, cross-border transactions, is which deal in a lot of data, is that when you especially talk about the definition of privacy, in many African countries or many African cultures, you'd find like the definition of privacy to us is completely different. If you release my photos, or even the definition of actually privacy could be different for all of us individuals. Some people, if you publish their photos or their information, if their information is all over the internet, they're okay with it, right? And then in other cultures, they are very, very sensitive. Like, how dare you have my data published? How can you have my photos all over the internet? I use these photos to maybe to subscribe. I was using your platform. Now, I'm finding them on another, platform. To them, they become like very sensitive. In another culture, they're like, to whom it may concern. So the question is that how do you find a balance from, the extremes of the different cultures that we all have, and also how pretty much how we perceive things. You have global agreements, they tend to pick out what each like region or continent as the most valuable, and then everyone's pretty much taken consideration. I notice you're frozen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are. Oh, her network is a bit. Okay, you're back.
Hello.
Yeah, you are back.
Yeah, I noticed you. Didn't notice it was on my side. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Fair enough. The other issue, the other really benefit with these global or international agreements is they build trust. among nations, where people feel safe that, you know what, at least we have an agreement, just in case things go wrong, we have an agreement that will protect both of us. And when you have trust, then it becomes actually much easier. When there's trust among all the stakeholders, the different nations feel comfortable. The people, the businesses themselves also feel comfortable with the kind of regulations that they are dealing with. So, and in anything, when you want to thrive in any environment, I think having an environment which everyone trusts is extremely important. So, as opposed to how about what would happen rather if, for example, Uber, which is let me say an American company, extracts data from from East Africans and takes it to wherever their headquarters are. What would they use that data for? Now, if you know very well that the Uber, their headquarters, the country where they come from, these are their data regulations, but also they've signed this protocol, then you'd feel as a regulator or as a leader of any country in East Africa where Uber operates, you actually feel safe to give these people a license to operate. They also help, international agreements help to mitigate legal uncertainties. Again, in case anything happens, in case a dispute arises, what happens? I know for certain, like for example, many of our data protection laws in Africa were benchmarked on the GDPR, which turned out to be not only African countries, many other regions around the world have benchmarked on it, because it came up with some kind of very strict, but also understandable or appreciated regulations. So many African countries, you find that our data protection regulations are kind of like a copy and paste, or kind of twisted to to tailor for our different, are tailored for the needs of our different nations. So, but then the importance of this kind of agreements is that in case of a dispute, what happens? In case there was no, like in case of a breach, of a data breach, what would you do? Especially when you're in a country, in some, especially these like really huge big tech companies, when they take advantage of small countries like in other parts of the world. But if you know very well that, oh, actually, they have actually signed up, or they are regulated by, for example, the GDPR, then at least your data is safe. And in case of any risk, or in case of any data breach, you have a recourse. You can actually, file a case against them. It could be in Uganda, it could be within, for us here, the East African Court of Justice, it could be, or you can actually, come up with a case against them in the what they call European Union courts. And yeah, they could literally be brought to book, and they would be able to pay fines, and yeah, they get some kind of remedy. So what I would say is that the agreement but then imagine the absence of these kind of agreements. What would you do? What would be your recourse just in case of a data breach, or in case you've suffered any kind of damages? The other thing I would also say, they boost, of course, generally, I guess, economic growth, because like the things I've mentioned, there's trust, among nations. So everyone feels safe. I can easily move goods from one place to another, because I feel, safe with all the actually citizens in Nigeria trust my platform, that now they can, transact on it. Because of that trust, then, there's some kind of growth, the growth is just pretty much organic, because everyone feels comfortable with using an online platform. They feel that in case anything happens, in case my data is misused, in case the platform that I have subscribed to or have used has sold my data, there is a recourse, for me, or there's a remedy. So that kind of environment becomes a very good breeding ground for economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice, for the wonderful response. So definitely data protection laws are more becoming matured within the African continent, and there is a build of trust within the countries, especially in terms of transactions and other international businesses. Muyowa Mutemwa is in now. So at the end of the session, so is Muyowa around? Hello, Muyowa, can you hear us? Yes, we can't hear you yet.
Okay, yes. Unfortunately, I joined as an attendee. I missed the option to be a panelist.
Okay, you're coming at the right time, actually. Hello. Yeah, hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I am back again. I'm not sure what the issue was. Yeah.
Okay, you are coming at the right time as we are about to round it up. So we've been having discussions around data flow within countries, how does digital trade and economic lead to economic growth, etc. So the last one goes with, for you, what are the ethical considerations in digital trade, and how can digital trade be conducted ethically while adhering to data sovereignty and privacy? In less than 3 minutes.
Okay. If I understand you correctly, the question is, what are the ethical consideration in data trades, and how can we ensure that that happens well enough? Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah.
All right. So I think people have already mentioned, I think some of the panelists have mentioned data protection laws within each of the different countries, because different countries within Africa have got different data protection laws. So those needs to be taken into consideration, especially around the infringements of those laws. So we need to take those into consideration. The other one is we also need to train our data custodians in terms of how to basically adhere to the laws and how to protect the data itself. Because with data protection laws, if they are violated, it means that the organization could be fined, or it could face a regulation fine or a regulation breach. So the ethics there have to do with basically understanding the law and applying the law. The other thing has to do with training custodians to be able to look after the data, and teaching them to abide by the code of ethics of the organization. So it's not just sufficient enough just to deal with the data protection laws, but the custodians of the data owners, they themselves also need to be trained in terms of the ethics, because what I've noticed with our engagement as an organization with different organizations across the continent is that the custodians or the owners of the data tend to do unethical things with the data. For example, copying it to an unsecure device when it's against company policy, or taking it home to perform more analytics or more understanding on the data. So things like that becomes very important. And I think for me, if I had to sum it up in that time, that's what I would say.
Oh, thank you very much, Moyowa. It's very insightful and very wonderful. Thank you very much, panelists. I think with this, we have come to the end of the session. And I believe our participants are now more enlightened on how data is serving as the new oil within countries, because countries at the moment need data. Data is the most important asset in each and every country. Without data, a lot of businesses, a lot of forecasts, a lot of projects, a lot of governance rules cannot be executed. And with the current advancement in terms of data protection, I think the African continent is becoming matured for more trade and more investment within the countries. So we have a question for Alice. It says, I am not clear. Is Alice saying that localization policies are important for countries to put in place, led to mandate all citizens' data is handled within the borders only? I think this was when Alice was responding to, I think, one of the questions that this popped up. So Alice.
Unfortunately, I've read the question many times and it's just not clear to me, because I'm just wondering, well, I could just say what it should be, if I get it right, is rather the position is that each country comes up with its own what they call it, data regulations, and after that you can sign different protocols to that would bind the different countries within a particular different regions. Like for us within East Africa, we don't have our data framework is still at draft stage, so we don't have pretty much anything yet. But I know there's, for example, the African Union, many rather countries now have which are members of the African Union have signed up to the African what they call data, cybersecurity and data framework, which means that then your country should be able now to they call it ratify this what they call it, the framework at the continent level, which is Africa, and then localize that framework or whatever is in that framework into into your local regulation. But there are two ways to go about it. One, you could at first, actually, before most African countries came up with their own data protection regulations, we had the data protection and cybersecurity framework by the African Union. But then, I mean, for the last now, again, I think 6 years, so many countries have come up with their own, data protection laws that are protecting their own, citizens. Because first of all, it has to come from, within the country, and then you go out. You first have to identify what actually makes sense for us. Then you can, decide to be, I guess, part of regional, continent, regional. I mean, like, it could actually be like, the sub-regions usually have West Africa, Southern Africa, East Africa, or North Africa. And even in the absence of all that, before many African countries had any regulations, the GDPR was passed, and many countries were benchmarking on that, were using the GDPR to be able to control the movement of data from Africa to rather from Europe or America to Africa. For some time, this basically was the benchmark, the GDPR. But now I know for many African countries have their own data protection laws or privacy laws.
Thank you very much, Alice. I believe it has been a wonderful session, and our panelists, thank you so much for coming. Ayub Katuga, Alice Namuli Blazevic, Muyowa. You came at the tail end of it, but that was a good one. That's fantastic. I think with this, we have come to the end of the session. Say thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Salim. Thank
All
you,
right.
everyone. Thank you so
All right.
much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you to Salim once again and our participants. Thank you for this insightful session. Thank you to all our participants once more. We really do appreciate you. And we would like to implore you to please join us again tomorrow at the exact same time, which is 9 a.m. for day 2 and the final day of our session. This fourth Africa Conclave it has started off with a bang and will definitely end with even more vim tomorrow. So please do not be wanting. Join us 9 a.m. and hope to see you early enough. Thank you so much, everyone, once again, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.